All right, I've got a little bit of a cough. There we go. I also make sure that I don't have anything. Would it work with this? Magic the Gathering Cube data. I'm looking. Give me a moment. I'm just gonna go ahead and switch it to a black screen. Where is it? No. What is it? What is this one supposed to be? What's the title? If I just go to the Patrikios scene. SPR. Well, I can do this one. Yeah, there we go. Oh, but why? Oh, it's because this. There we go. I'm just going to do this really fast. And then I'm going to play some Palworld. I got to get started on a brand new world on Palworld. But I've got 5 decks that I need to get into the spreadsheet, so that way it automatically collects the usefulness, the win ratio, all the information that I'm needing to make this useful. So I'm just going to do this right here. Click. This won't take too long. Oops. We're gonna... Perfect. So I have 5 decks I need to get into this. Then I also need to make a minor modification to this. I'm kind of forgetting how I did a lot of this, which is a minor issue. I also need to add the cards I removed out of my cube onto the removed cards list. I do need to fix this a lot better. Alright, let's go ahead. Because it was actually an okay... It was an okay draft. Issue is most of the games went to time. In other words, the cube is focused a little too much on slow play. We're going to go ahead and switch to this really fast just so I don't accidentally do any form of doxing. Because I want to... I want to fill this out. Go to live form. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. There, that should be better. Alrighty. Deck 1. Oh, shoot. I need to grab all the unused cards. So, the reason why, there's not really a good way for me to input this without, in an easier way. Okay, we're gonna have to just type these in. Reputable merchant. We're just doing this just so we have mental misstep. Oh, shoot. I need to... And then no space. Oh, and then no space. Boom. Ah! Because it's important that I'm able to identify cards that are actually doing good and cards that are not. Thundering Tenadon, Cathedral, Membrane, Narrow Shards, Birthing Pod. I need to try to use Birthing Pod one of these days in the cube. Assemble the rank and vial. Hired. Oops, did I? Heist. Oops, I forgot a space. Oh gosh, there has to be a better way. Man, I wish. The only thing I could probably do. What I would have to do is use maybe like AI recognition. Scan in every single card. There's an app that can do that. Scan it in, put it in a deck, and then export it onto here. But still, I'm going through each of these one at a time. Garuda. How's it going, Zon? Doom. So, are you aware of what a cube is, Zon? It's been a long while. Coma's faithful. Siani, Eye of the Storm. Oh, pretty good. Walking the dog. You are not. So, what cube format is Do you remember when we used to go draft the cards at the local game store? Where we go there, buy 3 booster packs, and then everyone opens them. Have you ever actually done a draft? Yeah. So essentially, it's a draft, but instead of us buying booster packs, I am building the booster packs and making making the list of cards that everyone gets to play with. Krumar Initiate. So I get to do any balance changes, which I actually just finished a balance change, and we just did a draft. We just finished like an hour ago, and then I had to rest. Cogwork, tracker. But anyways, I'm just trying to make sure that there's no cards that are 100% being unused and unplayed. Cogwork, light rare. I'm just trying to get the... Oops, I spelled Cogwork wrong. I see, it's standardized draft, kinda. Yeah, but then you don't have to be buying booster packs in order to play. You just... The cards are there, you play them, and then you put them back when you're done. Eyes in the skies. In fact, like, I can share... So, Cube, Cobra. I can share the entire cube list I have. Let me see if I can... Is this the password? Incorrect password. Hopefully I can remember it. There we go. So it has 900 cards in it. And then I'll get to the list, and then I'm just gonna copy this. And let's see if I can just paste it in YouTube. Will allow it? Hey, it does. So essentially, I have this is the entire list of all the cards. I just made changes to it based on cards from Tarkir Dragonstorm that came out about 2 months ago, as well as the Final Fantasy set that came out within the past month. But anywho, I'm trying to make sure that the cube is fun for and has a lot of different ways they could build it. The biggest thing I am trying to challenge the players is how do you build your deck? And it's a pretty big pool. It is a pool of 900 cards. If I had enough space in my storage unit that I put the cube in, and it is an actual physical cube, I would actually have it at 1,800 to best simulate making my own pack of cards. I'm literally like 12 booster packs away from being like really at that golden slot. Troll Blade. Well, anywho, my goal is to make sure that no card is blatantly overpowered, no card is blatantly underpowered. And so far, this last run, pretty much everybody won and lost in roughly an equal amount of duels. This is the first time I built a deck without any duplicates. I was focusing on... I'm gonna switch to here. Alright, we can safely switch to this tab. Boom. Alright, so this is the card that I had focused my deck around, which is a companion, Lutri the Spell Chaser. This is a card banned in the Commander format, specifically because The way a companion works is if you build your deck to follow a specific rule, this card starts outside the game, but you can spend mana to add it to your hand. So essentially, it costs 3 extra mana, but you have 8 cards in an 8th card in your hand instead of 7, so you can guarantee always getting this card whenever you see fit. But Lutri's criteria is you have to have one-of-a-kind cards. There can't be any duplicates. With the way my cube is set up, you actually really want duplicates, specifically because of how the conspiracies work. And conspiracies are another card that start outside of your deck as well, but they modify your cards and give you better abilities. So you really want duplicates in the cube, but since I started off with this card, I was, okay, I want no duplicates, I really didn't have conspiracies, and I ended up making a deck that kind of stalled the game out. I ended up winning 60% of my games. I went 3-2 in the end. It was very interesting because this is the first time that a deck that anybody had drafted specifically avoiding conspiracies, because if you don't have multiple of a single card, drafting a conspiracy, that's gonna say, well, I guess I could have still gotten conspiracies and then just chosen Lutri. So let me find a good good example. There we go. So this example, Secrets of Paradise. We're going to zoom in a little bit. There we go. Secrets of Paradise is a conspiracy that, of course, it starts outside of your deck, outside of the game, and it starts face down. But you choose a name. You choose a creature name. So you're going to like grab a sticky note, you're going to write down the name, and you're just going to put the sticky note somewhere so that way you go, this is the card I am naming, so that way we don't cheat or anything like that. But whenever the criteria is met, you reveal the card to go, oh, by the way, this card has this additional ability, such as creatures you control with the chosen name have tap, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. So suddenly you can go, look, I have this weak 1 mana cost creature that it's just costs 1 and it's a 1/1 that's only good during the drafting. I'm going to make it better by allowing it to be my mana dork and tap for mana. So you get to customize cards in your deck to fit a specific need or to make them stronger. Go, look, I got 3 of this card. Yeah, these could become crazy valuable. Yes, and there are a whole bunch of different ones. There's another one that gives haste. There's another one that says when it enters the battlefield, it enters with a +1/+1 counter. There's a card that specifically also says if you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, you can copy that instant or sorcery spell and choose a new and you may choose a new target. So you can make it to where suddenly you can cast 1 instant or sorcery spell and you get twice the value from it. It can be crazy bonkers about what you could do with these conspiracies. And notice, a lot of these cards I am showing you is asking you, how are you going to be designing your deck in order to do what you want it to do? So conspiracies are very amazing. When you and I were actually first playing, they recently were just out, so these cards are like 13 years old, if I'm making you feel old right now. So I chose a creature that said, I only want 1 copy of each card, when these conspiracies are specifically saying you want 2+ copies of cards so you get the best value. But I wasn't thinking about the possibility of grabbing a conspiracy and then boosting up Lutri. See, I was being a little too narrow-minded. That's on me. Maybe I should have, yeah, maybe I should have still grabbed conspiracy. Well, I didn't really have a lot of options. I was grabbing other more important things that I knew I wanted for my deck. But, essentially, I'm trying to make this cube to, like, actually, so here's one of those cards I was talking about, Whisper Gear Sneak. Let me... expand your horizons. I think some of it came down to how the draft was looking in the moments as well. Yeah, I was being a little narrow-minded. I was wanting to grab a whole bunch of shrines, because I don't normally get to play with shrines in my cube. So I was trying to snatch them up before anybody else did. So, like, for instance, there are also some other cards in the cube that are all about draft matters. That's Cogwork Spy. That's not the card I'm actually looking for. Why would you show me the wrong card? Alrighty, throwing it. Oh. There you go. Whisper Gear Sneak. So this is that card I was talking about. It's this one right here. It costs 1 mana, and he's just a 1/1. And he has a big wall of text. You go, oh, well, he's got a big, massive ability, and he's really, really good. During the game, he's not, but during the draft, he's great. So his ability is, when you draft him face up. Instead of just grabbing the card and hiding it away, no, you reveal, hey, I got this card, so you know exactly what's going on. But also, he has a special ability when I draft him, which is, anytime during the draft, I could flip him face down to open up any booster pack that's still on the table and look at all the cards inside. In other words, before I start grabbing the cards in these earlier packs to gamble about what's in the future, I can figure out what cards are coming up and go, okay, I'm going to start tailoring my picks for that booster pack over there. So there are some of these cards that are about drafting matters. There we go. So, interesting mechanic, right? So there are some cards in this cube that are all about making it better while you're drafting. So while they have a usefulness rating that's really low, they're actually really good during the draft. Reputable. So that way, you can change some stuff up. There's another one that's going to be in here. Let me look it up over here. There we go. Cogwork Librarian. This one's actually a favorite for everybody that's always been playing my drafts, because once you understand what this card does, everybody goes, this card is amazing. So Cogwork Librarian. It's 4 mana, 3/3. Oh, it's a little bit too big. There we go. It's a 4 mana, 3/3. So stat-wise, he's terrible. And in fact, almost no one's actually put them in their deck. So his usefulness rating, with the way I'm having my spreadsheet set up, he's absolutely unplayable. But again, you draft him face up, and when you draft a card, you may then choose to select Cogwork Librarian and put him into the deck you just pulled a card from in order to draft a second card. In other words, you can grab 2 cards that you need. So at some point, if you go, look, there's no cards that's in this batch of cards here, that's good. Let me grab the Cogwork Librarian, so later on, I can grab 2 cards that I actually want. And it's so good, and it's so useful, and everybody loves this card when they're drafting. And there's 6 of them inside of my cube, because he's common. So it's stuff like that, that a lot of people tend to like. Shine Wind. Mind you, this is a cube I've been working on for 7 years, so the balance is just as nearly red. Yeah, that's really strong. It absolutely is. Guiding Voice, Apostles, Blessing. 7 years gives you a lot of time to balance and tweak it. So you're like, the issue is for like 5 of those years, I was just spending forever just going, but what about the... Eventually, I just went, all right, just get all the cards and then start playing it, because theorizing does you no good. After a certain point, you just have to put it together. But then, so as I'm just typing in Arcane Subtraction, there are other cards in this cube that, again, are asking you, how are you going to build this cube? MTG, Arcane Subtraction. Now, this one is kind of on the lower power level, but it definitely fits its purpose. And if you build the deck right, it does really good. So... boom. Arcane Subtraction. So this card, it's 2 mana. Let's see if I've got... So Arcane Subtraction, 2 mana, target creature gets -4/-0 until end of turn. Not gonna lie, it's a little underwhelming. It's like a tiny, tiny bit underpowered for what it does, but it also has a second ability called Learn, which is, you may reveal a lesson card you own from outside the game and put it into your hand, or discard a card to draw a card. So no matter what, you can still use it unless you just have no lessons or no cards in your hand. So it's a good way for you to cycle a little bit to try to find that card you're looking for. Or, I hear you asking, okay, well, what's a lesson card? I'm glad you asked. Thank you for, I'll save you the Patrikios Fumes. So let's go ahead and... Wow, apparently this was a bad example because I'm having issues being able to grab... Right, open a new tab. Boom. Necrotic Fumes. So this is a lesson, so... Right over here, you have Sorcery Lesson. As an additional cost to cast this spell, exile a creature you control. Exile target creature or planeswalker. So essentially, as you're drafting, if you pick up these lesson cards, you can actively choose not to put these cards in your deck, so you can add them to your hand when you play cards with Learn on them. So that way, you can sort of condense the power of certain cards in your deck. Now, you also have to ask yourself, well, I only got 2 cards that have Learn. Is it worth keeping these lesson cards outside of the deck? Because you're unlikely to draw them. Whereas, on the opposite matter, if you have, like, 8 Learn cards, okay, well, maybe you should just keep these lessons outside the deck, so you can tailor your needs specifically to the situation. Again, the whole purpose of how I have my cube set up is I am asking the players, what cards are you drafting, and how are you going to build this deck? Necrotic Fumes. So, it is a giant question about deck building. Oh, that's pretty cool. It really makes you think about your choices. It really does. Unfortunately, like, I had a new player playing today, so they had an okay experience. But they still did alright, because I have multiple guides of, look, if you're uncertain about what you're doing, first and foremost, grab the conspiracies. And they go, okay, cool. And what's the first thing they do? They don't pick these conspiracies because they don't know what they do. Even though I always tell them, these conspiracies are good, just grab them. Reputable merchant. Apparently nobody wanted to play reputable merchant today. Regicide. Summon. Fat Choco. Matsui, how's it going? We're just here to relax, have a good time. If I finish typing this up, I'm gonna be Ubers. Playing some Palworld because an update came out on Palworld. Introduction to Annihilation. Archetype of Endurance. Matsui, I'm here for your Polytopia content. Love your vids. Hey, I do want to play more Polytopia. I am always playing on Sundays, the Polytopia. This Sunday, we're going to be definitely playing some more on the beta, because I want to get to experience the beta even more. Dramatic. Finale. I actually, you know, as I'm looking at this spreadsheet, I really need to relook the P-Tech spreadsheet. I fixed it, somebody had broken it, so I already fixed it, so it's working again. But I need to find a better way for us to collect the data for that spreadsheet, because that's the worst part about P-Tech is the data collection bit. Matsui, have you been able to see much of the beta yet for Polytopia with the semantic changes and the changes for starting stars for all the tribes? I'm just curious on what you think about it. I saw some videos on it. Do you have Polytopia on Steam, or do you have it on your mobile device? I actually have it on both, but right now it's currently only available on... Seems like a big change. It is. Right now, Venger is running rampant, but people are starting to experiment more. I've not been able to keep up with it too much on the changes. But I saw one where apparently Polaris is now doing a lot better, which I find interesting. I would like to see how they do on a dry land kind of map, not on water. On both. So if you can actually join the beta on Steam if you wanted to test out the content. And I will definitely be... I'll be contacting some other people as well, wanting some sparring partners on Sundays so we could test out a lot more of the content. Maelstrom, Wanderer. From a title of goalies. Oh, I missed it. Where'd the... Oops. Deleted it trying to copy something. I didn't know how you test the betas. Thanks for telling me. Absolutely. I hope you get to experiment with it, and if you're wanting somebody to play for the beta, I am definitely going to want to play against some humans as well in the beta, just to test stuff out. So look forward to this Sunday. You and actually we might be able to spar just a little bit, just to figure out how some new things work. Goalie's video title, this changes everything. I didn't watch and my only knowledge is from this stream, right? Yeah, I watched Goalies. Of course, that's where Goalies what got me started on the whole Polytopia content making. Now, reason why I'm definitely not on as high is because I do other stuff like this, where I play Magic the Gathering, and then people don't like it that I do other things, which is fine. And I support their decisions. It's just I've been playing Polytopia for, gosh, like 8 years. And I don't want to go crazy focusing my entire life around it. I actually had a moment in my life where I was revolving everything around... Zahn will definitely know what I'm talking about. League of Legends. I haven't played that in forever, and I don't intend on going back. That just eats up every... That's a long time, 8 years. Yeah, I haven't been playing multiplayer for 8 years, mind you. I've been playing the multiplayer scene maybe for 3 years. I'm surprised you haven't burnt out. Why do you think I only play 1 day a week? Yeah, I think all the LoL players had that. Exactly. Now, I don't look back at my time playing League of Legends and go, that was a mistake. The only time it was is when I was in college, and I was definitely playing League of Legends a little more than I should have, and it actually caused me to fail a couple classes, so I made poor life decisions. And then everything worked out, but it was definitely a wake-up call that I needed to step back, or else it was just going to destroy what I was trying to build for my life. Lessons learned? Yep, sometimes you gotta learn the lesson the hard way. Well, that is all of the unused cards. Deck 1. LoL is really popular. I haven't been able to get into it though. Well, don't feel like you have to. If you've got a group of friends that play it and you want something to play with them, go for it. But don't enter League of Legends expecting that, oh, you're going to have a great... I don't know how good the community is now, but by the time I was leaving, the community was, in a severely negative way, very toxic. And I don't know about you, but I play games to relax and have a good time, and last thing I need is someone constantly, first off, them making my life miserable by them playing poorly, dragging me down, and then telling me that I need to go and kill myself. Like, come on, man. We're just playing a game. We're having fun. If you're trying to be actually good at it, instead of blaming others, how about you improve first? I heard LoL can be toxic. Yeah, I'm 90% sure if you played more, you could enter the professional scene in Poly if you played more. Not that you need or want it. I actually had entered it. Some people consider me a pro, some people don't. I would actually say, like, I even told them, like, look, if you just need somebody for players to spar against and go, are they good enough to be considered a pro and play against me? Like, I'm the perfect, like, gatekeeper of, if you can't beat me, you're not going to do good in the pro scene. Because especially since I haven't been playing every day, all day, every day, like I used to, there are a lot of casual mistakes I made, but I try to also point them out so you guys who watch my content can learn from my mistakes if you are trying to improve, so that way y'all can, well, improve your gameplay. And introduction to off Roth. Let's see. So that way you can improve your gameplay and have a good time. Have fun, not argue. Yeah, 100%. Thriving Heath. Crystal. Did I misspelled that. There's a C here. Acquisitions. Yep, there we go. Gift of Wrath. Lurking Automaton. There's also a reason I'm currently live streaming this, putting the list on, is instead of... That way, if people just want to come over here and chat, yeah, let's go ahead and just have a great chat. Speaking of which, do we have... Well, that's the subscriber stuff. Okay, we do have chat available here. Yeah, okay, there we go. I was just going, I do have chat available on the screen. Yeah, that way people don't think if they watch later that I'm just talking a whole bunch of nonsense. Stingmoggy. This is one of those new cards I included. Wrote Isol. Thriving Isol. Thriving more. Laughing your assets off. That would be hilarious. Tintin talking to yourself if that was the case. Yes, 100%. The Dawn Waker, not Breaker. Dawn Waker. This is a lovely card. Such a lovely card. I can't spell Cogwork Spy. There we go. Chancellor of the Forge. Intelligence Bobblehead. See, these Bobblehead cards are interesting because, A, it's a mana rock. Let me go ahead and pull this up. So these are cards that came out during for the Fallout series. And there's 7 of them. So if you've ever played there you go. If you've played the Fallout series, then you know what those 7 stats are. I don't. I don't remember them on the top of my head. There's Strength, Charisma. There's 7 of them. But there's also Intelligence and Luck. I don't have Luck because I don't want to implement a dice and dice rolling into the cube. Even though it could be interesting, but I wouldn't want to have just one card rolling dice. And then I would be a little bit ashamed to have games rely too much on luck. But anywho, Intelligence Bobblehead. There's only 1 copy of this card in the cube, but there's 6 bobbleheads in the cube. It's 3 mana, adds 1 mana of any color. And 5, you can spend 5 mana and tap this card to draw X card, where X is equal to the number of bobbleheads. So basically, if you find 1 bobblehead, you want to try to find more. And I believe this person drafted 2? Yeah, Charisma bobblehead. Yeah, they ended up getting 2. You know, I'm watching Fallout TV show currently. Yeah, there's Fallout Magic the Gathering cards. Just like recently, Final Fantasy just got released. I'm gonna shift the song to Praise the Lamb. All right. Did you play the Final Fantasy? I did. My fiance also, she streams Final Fantasy every Monday, whenever she can. She's nearly done with the Final Fantasy 15 game. So there's plenty of cards there that she really wanted. So I may have splurged a little bit to make sure that she got them. But yeah, so we've enjoyed the cards. I have plenty of Final Fantasy cards in here. There's like a couple here right as well. Like, I don't know how well it's going to come out in the picture. Blazing Bomb. So this one is specifically from Final Fantasy 9. Oh, congratulations on the engagement. Thank you. We're getting married September 7th, the day we met. But so I invested a bit into that because, hey, I also like Final Fantasy, so I wanted to include Final Fantasy cards in the cube, but I also wanted to make sure that the cube still felt good to play. I feel like it was a success. I don't feel like the Final Fantasy sets really detracted from what the cube's trying to do. Especially since there's one set of uncommon cards called side quests that, again, the whole purpose of the cube is to ask, how are you building this deck? And these side quests are giving you a minor sub-objective to do during the game. So you want to build your deck to meet that objective. So that way you could get a very nice reward. So like the one from green is raise a chocobo. You want 4 birds on the board, boards on the birds, chocobos. Or just any bird creatures. You need 4 of them at the start of your turn in order to get the reward, which is another chocobo. So I had to make some adjustments to add more birds. I'm having issues saying birds and boards all of a sudden. So that way, but to make sure that it still doesn't detract from the cube and suddenly everybody's playing with nothing but flying creatures. However, that change did suddenly make green with their reach creatures better. So that was good. I also wanted to make sure that people had plenty of answers against birds in case they didn't actually draft them. Pyroceratops. Gotcha, didn't want to force it. Yep, didn't want to force it. Exactly, I'm trying to make sure that we're following the main principle of my cube, which is what kind of deck are you going to build? Oh, I spelled Phoenix. Phoenix. Academic dispute. An academic dispute. Enthusiastic study. First day of class. Charisma. Bobblehead. Smoldering. Crater. Now, I do want to make adjustments to this Magic the Gathering spreadsheet. Enthusiastic study. Now, the good thing is nobody went like 4-0 or 6-0 in this draft, which is good. So, I would say in this case, things are going a lot better. Especially since People will typically want to play again if they at least are able to win a game. And they should always feel like, I could have done better if I did this. Like this one that I'm putting in right now that I just finished. This one's actually the one that did the worst. They went 1-3. So they won one game, they lost 3. So not too bad. And they only played 4 games because we were playing on the typical 45-minute timer. Now, one thing that I had making a mental note here is most of the games in this draft did not actually finish the matches. They typically only got to get 2 games in, or maybe in like one of my games matches 1 game in. So the question is the cube geared for too slow of a play style? Because I want to make sure that people are able to play the games and, you know, play against all 3 of their opponents and feel like that they had a good experience. Hopefully. So more things for me to consider. But win and loss ratio wise, everything's great. That's one player. This next one, this player went 3-2. Right, this person built an aggro rock deck. So this is actually the first time anybody built a deck around MTG Togo. So let's go ahead and take a look at this guy real fast. Now, this guy's not like gonna make or break anything. Is it too slow of a playstyle, or is it players not knowing all the mechanics and having too many options in turn? It could be the latter. It honestly could be the latter, because one of the players that was playing, they do typically play slower. But even me versus somebody who where we were playing pretty fast, and we weren't sitting there going, if I do this on my turn, followed by this and this. No, we were actually going through our turns pretty quickly, and we had to finish our second game, and I went ahead and, you know, gave them the win. It was close. I probably could have won, but they said they had more life, so they won. We're like, fair enough. I can't say no to you. All right, Togo. So this is a deck that this player had made, revolving, and this is an aggro deck that they ended up building. Now, this player does typically get a little overwhelmed by choices, so we're working with them on that. But this guy, since he's a legendary creature, he fills up the commander slots at the back of the booster pack. And so there's only one of him in the entire queue. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, he creates a rock that you can give to a creature that they could then throw to deal 2 damage to just anything. And then this player was just lobbing rocks at everybody's faces, and they won 3 of their games by following this. And then when I killed this creature consistently in the first game, and they're like, well, they didn't like that. So this is the first time they actually sideboarded, because I've been trying to encourage people between your matches, sideboard to fix a problem you found in your deck, and they did. They added Noxious Revival. I was very proud of them that they're learning about sideboarding and fixing problems that are existing in their deck. So that's Noxious Revival. So this one's just a very simple card. Phyrexian Green. Now, I have most of the Phyrexian cards in this cube, so that way it doesn't matter what color you're playing, you have access to it. It's a tool, but what are you willing to spend? In this case, you can pay 2 life or a green mana. Well, they were a mono red, but they would rather pay 2 life to bring this creature back, and it was the right choice. It ended up winning them 2 more games in the future. Put target card from a graveyard on top of its owner's library that they would use to keep Togo alive, to keep lobbing rocks at their opponent's face. And then once the lands were done entering and no more rocks were being generated, they would burn their opponents with Choco Comet, and then just burn the opponent's life down the rest of the way. It was a very interesting burn deck. I've never really played against one of those, because the typical practice is you don't just lob all the damage at somebody's face. It doesn't work. But they made it work. And it was awesome to see. I had to modify my deck, or my playstyle, just to make sure I was gaining life, so that way I could take the final wins. Choco Comet. Oh yeah, active aggression. Basically stealing somebody's creatures. So that way, steal their creature, 2 Phyrexian red and 3 mana. So that way you can steal someone's creature. Ended up winning them another game by doing that. Now, mind you, so this Introduction to Annihilation that they included in their deck, they actually hard included it in their deck. Now, I want to look really fast. Did they actually have lessons or learn cards? No, they just grabbed all the lessons. Yeah, they just grabbed all the lessons and didn't even bother with learns. Wow, okay. So it's also been really, really great to see people, this playgroup, learning more about deck building. Replicator. Got shot. Yeah, this player, the one that I said is plays slowly, has also taken the advice I gave to Heart. If you see a conspiracy, you take it because you can make your other cards better. And they pretty much, without fail, just grab all conspiracies, and consistently they've been a top performing player. So it's great that someone can fix their deck with these conspiracies. But I'm also hoping that players can build decks without having to grab conspiracies and have them still be successful. So that way, it's not a requirement, but while you're still learning, it is a good thing to do. And so far, that seems to be the case, especially since I literally didn't... I only drafted one conspiracy this last run, and I also went 3 wins, 2 losses. That's the risk, right? They need to help worse players, but not help the best players too much, right? Now, I have been able to use conspiracies to make some really nasty decks before. But I've also had a deck perform poorly because I was focusing too much on the conspiracies. So, it could also be a double-edged sword. Yeah, so here's that Lutri card. It's a little hard to see. It's an etched foil, which is basically metallic paint instead of just the normal ink that's used with the foil coating. It's very beautiful. I'm trying to make sure all my legendary creatures for the commander format, for the commander section, can be etched, so that way, it makes you go, look, this is a legendary creature. And they're not really that much more expensive. In fact, in some cases, they're actually cheaper in this etched format, so... Okay, I'll go ahead and etch them all out. Alrighty, but yeah, Lutri, the Spell Chaser. So we already talked about Lutri in this deck, but let me talk about my one conspiracy, MTG, backup plan. So I only grabbed one conspiracy because my biggest concern is I wouldn't be able to benefit from my conspiracies. And instead of focusing too much on cards that I'm gonna not really be able to use too much, this doesn't care about it. Backup plan. So you start this game with it already face up, and this isn't powering up a creature. What this says is when you start the game, draw 2 hands and pick one, and then shuffle the one you're not using back into your deck. So it's a free mulligan, and you get to dig through more of your deck in order to find the cards you're looking for. So that was perfect. It allowed me to quickly find a lot of those cards that, again, I actually was trying to get. Yeah, free mulligans. There was actually one game, it was the final game I played, where not only I still had those 2 hands, and I went, wow, there's only 1 land in each of these, so I still ended up mulliganing. But yeah, this is a very powerful effect. And there's only 1 of these in the queue. It's a rare card. So this is the one conspiracy I ended up grabbing. Let's go ahead and... No, not that one. There it is. There we go. Work and worship. All right. I ended up having 3 lessons outside of the game. And quite a few learn cards. So that way, all of these lessons were summonings, so I can get an extra token out. Specifically because Lutri has Flash. And when you summon Lutri, if there's another instance or sorcery spell you control, in other words, you're playing it after you cast an instant or sorcery, you copy that instant or sorcery card to get double the value plus a 3/2 creature all of a sudden, which is really good. And I was able to tailor pick, like, this is the summon I need for this fight, or I need a flyer, or I need a big body, or I need a couple of pests that when they die, they're going to give me some life. So that way, as soon as things were going wrong, I was able to adjust my game plan. Pest summoning. Inkling summoning. Cogwork Grinder. Yeah, this card was unfortunate. Is the one time I finally drew it, I had to just discard it and exile it from the game. So Cogwork Grinder is an interesting rare. It's another Draft Matters card, which is MTG Cogwork Grinder. Alright, let's go ahead. Unfortunately, this size is horrible, so it's going to be a little bit fuzzy. Cogwork Grinder. So it's an artifact creature, 6 mana, 0/0. It better be good, right? Well, it's only as good as you make it. You draft this card face up, and as you are drafting other cards, you can choose to instead remove those cards from the draft in order to say, look, I am having Cogwork Grinder, remove this card, and each card that I remove using this card's ability, it will enter with that many +1/+1 counters. I ended up removing 7 cards with this ability, so it was a 6 mana 7/7. Honestly, stat-wise, it was about average. So I was hoping that he could have done something amazing. He was a little underperforming, but I think by the time he gets him to an 8/8 is when, stat-wise, he's starting to be really good. Wandering, Archaic, Flicker, Wisp. Now, every single card in my deck is going to be one of a kind. Canal Dredger. This card's a fun card. MTG Canal Dredger. Oh. There we go. Okay. So Canal Dredger is this card actually saved me in multiple games, but it also really helped me during the draft. Is early on in the draft, I grabbed this and I said, hey everybody, when you get to the last card, you give me the last card. Canal Dredger is drafted face up. Each player passes the final card from each booster pack to a player who drafted a card named Canal Dredger. Now, I only have one of these in the cube because this is a rare, so basically, if you draft this card, you're getting all of the final cards. And then so he's a 4 mana 1/5. Stat-wise, a little underwhelming, but also he has the extra ability if you can tap him to put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. And this card ended up, because stat-wise, being an excellent wall, as well as preventing me from accidentally milling myself out of the game. Especially when I had a couple games that went on a little longer than I comfortably would have liked. It definitely made it to where I was not at risk of being milled, because one of my opponents actually had a half of their deck was a mill package. Gemstone, Caverns. Now this is actually, so this last card I just typed in is actually the card that pretty much protected me throughout the entire game. MTG Sanctum of Tranquil Light. So there's a rule in my cube, which is, oh my goodness, that card is gigantinormous. When basically all commons, there are 6 copies of each common. Again, it's because of the conspiracies of choose a card name and then all things of this card that enter get this extra ability. All uncommon cards, there are 3 copies of each uncommon card. So that way you can still get multiple copies of, but again, they're uncommon. You're not going to easily find as many of these as you would commons. However, this is a shrine, and all of the shrines that exist in Magic the Gathering are legendary enchantments, except for one of each color, which is the legendary enchantment creature. You know, same difference, but it's still a shrine. Not to include the legendary creature used for the commander. We're not going to talk about that. But since these are legendary, you can only have one of them on the board. But coincidentally, there are 3 different shrines for each color. So instead of having 3 copies of each of these, I have 1 copy of each of those legendary shrines to fill up one of the uncommon slots. So the Sanctum of Tranquil Light, while there are 2 other legendary white shrines, there's only 1 copy of this one. And each of these shrines have a similar ability of something, 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 yada, 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 something for each shrine you control. So the more shrines you have, the better each shrine is. Now, I ended up drafting 3 shrines for my deck, and there were only 3 this entire draft, so I was a little sad about that. I had 3 shrines in my draft, but this is the one that actually saved me, especially in the last game I played. Because it costs 6 mana, or you think it costs 6 mana. It costs 6 mana to tap target creature. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each shrine you control. So the cheapest this can get to is 1 white mana, because you can't have 1 reduced off of white. It's because it's 2 different mana symbols. So essentially, I could tap only 3 mana to tap a creature an opponent controls. And in the late game, when you're having like 12 mana on the board, I could just tap 4 of their creatures down every single turn. I can't tell you how much of a lifesaver this card was. Even just tapping down 1 of my opponent's creatures, the Sanctum of Tranquil Light was actually the 2nd card I drafted in the cube, because I saw, oh, there's 2 shrines in this booster pack, I'm going to grab one of them and hopefully I can get the other, and I did. But yeah, the Sanctum of Tranquil Light was basically the thing saying, I'm going to just delay the game as long as I can until I can find my win condition. Realms. Sketching. But also, it really helped a lot when we opened up the 2nd booster pack, and my first card was Lutri, saying, hey, you only want 1 copy of each card in your deck. Well, the shrines are already legendary, and I'm only going to have 1 copy of each of those, and if I was focusing on shrines at that point, why not focus on 1 copy of the deck for every card anyways? And I'm actually really surprised how well it ended up working out. I was really afraid it wasn't going to work out, but... Go Shintai of Hidden Cruelty. Sanctum of Calm Waters. Yeah, seems like a nice synergy, right? I have been working so long on this cube to have so many like little hidden synergies, so that way, and heck, even sometimes somebody shows something off of what they did in their deck in my cube, and I went, I did not intend for that, but that is amazing that they were able to pull that off. There actually was one that happened this draft. I think it's in this clear box. Gurmag, Night's Watch. Deal Broker. Oh, this is a very fun card. This is another card which draft matters. That is, once you have a basic understanding about it, it's fun. So Deal Broker, you draft him face up. Immediately after the draft, so once everyone has picked all of their 45 cards, you may reveal a card in your draft pool. Each other player may offer you one card in his or her card pool. In exchange, you may accept any one offer. So basically, this is a chance for you to go, I have this card. Who wants it? What are you going to offer me? And essentially, you can kind of already talk to the player. There's nothing saying you can't talk to the players beforehand and go, I'm looking for this card. Is anybody offering this? Have this to offer? And then talk about it. Because this allows you to trade a card with another player once you're done with the draft. So this is a fun card to play with. The first time, nothing really happened with the deals being brokered. The second time, which is when I used it, it was somewhat useful. Eyes in the skies. Custody Peacekeeper. Another one of those cards that kind of saved me this entire time. By the way, I have my entire cube double-sleeved to protect them in case people decide to, hey, well, I can have, don't worry, I won't spill this soda. And then they get droplets of condensation all over them and really try to get under my skin. But best way to protect the cards. Seems like it could add fun interactions. Again, yeah, let's hunt for specimens. Harrier Strix. Yep, that's spelled correctly. Divide by 0. Phantom Interference. That's my entire deck right there. I ended up going 3 wins, 2 losses. I felt really good about it. I'm also doing this so that way I can put my cube back together and put everything back in their boxes as soon as possible. Alrighty. So the next person... Oh, they did not include their win-loss ratio in here. Let me see if they kept theirs. I will be right back. Alright, found it. Alright, so this person actually is one of the new players, and they managed to pull off something amazing. Now, there's a card, Animus of Predation. Boom. Animus of Predation. So this creature costs 5, it's a 4/4, so stat-wise, a little underwhelming. Well, it's only as amazing as you make it out to be. You draft him face up, and just like that other cogwork grinder, where you throw cards away and it makes your creature stronger and stronger, this one is similar. This one devours cards, and then is able to acquire their abilities. As you draft it, you may draft a card, you may remove it from the draft face up. If you remove a creature card with flying from the draft card using this creature now has flying. Also, can be true for first strike, double strike, death touch, haste, hexproof, indestructible, lifelink, menace, reach, and vigilance. So in other words, if you can just draft a card and go, all right, I want this card to have The player ended up drafting 4 cards to throw away to this Animus of Predation, and they gave it Reach, Vigilance, Lifelink. I already threw the note away. What was the 4th one? Shoot, what was the 4th one? I don't think it was not Death Touch, not Indestructible. Vigilance, Reach, Lifelink. Shoot, I don't remember what the 4th one was. He gave it 4 abilities, and I just said, look, don't worry if it's on the list. If it's a keyword, you can have it. This creature can take it. So that's why it's not on this list. But he gave it 4 abilities. However, the difference between the Grinder and the Animus of Predation is Animus of Predation is an uncommon card. So this Mad Lad gave this Animus of Predation at least 3. Really forgot what the 4th ability was. Maybe it was just 3. But he gave him 3 very powerful abilities, so that way he suddenly... These creatures are really, really scary, and it wasn't menace, but, you know, these creatures were a menace. Anybody with flying couldn't do anything against him. These creatures didn't tap. He was gaining a whole bunch of life. He drafted all 3 that were available in the queue. So suddenly, he now has 3 creatures that all have 3 4/4s that have Vigilance, Reach, and Lifelink. But then it goes a step further. So, let's go. Animus Predation. Because then we're going to talk about, like, mutagenic growth. Because he also drafted 2 conspiracies. They were both the exact same, called Echoing Boon. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, if it targets a creature you control with the chosen name, which he chose, the Animus of Predation, you may copy that spell and choose new targets. So if he did any buffing on a creature, he buffed it 3 times. Or he gave it protection from everything 3 times. So these creatures that was giving him a whole bunch of life and... Oh, Trample! That was the last ability. Is not only... It was also Trample. So it was Lifelink, Vigilance, Lifelink, Reach, and Trample. So you couldn't even chump block these guys. He managed to get all of that going off, and he got all 3 of these creatures. So he had a very powerful deck. I gotta head out and handle a deployment. It was fun watching and chatting. Absolutely, Zond. You take care. See you again next time. Best of luck with your deployment. Alrighty, well, I'm just gonna focus on typing these out. Feel free to chat. I will keep peering to the side. I see there's one person watching. It's okay to lurk, but if you want to just chat and say hi, then feel free to say hi, and we can just have a fun little chat. Last one. This is somebody who got to play a whole bunch of games. This person, 3 wins, 4 losses. Just in case it decides to get... Oh, here's your Google email. Alright, cool. Oof, that took me a little longer than expected, but I did do a lot of talking. So essentially, what I want to do here is copy, sort of like this, text join. I'm trying to remember how this exactly works. The delimiter. So it's just put them together. Fine. Ignore empty. True. Good. And we're gonna just combine 2 together. It's going to be this and this. However, I need this to be 1. Come on. No. Just bring this 1 lower. And we're going to make this 2. We're going to make this 3. But first I need to do a check to see if the cell next to it is blank this cell. If it's true, then do nothing else. Make that, because then what we could do is copy this formula all the way to the bottom. You know what I should do? Better yet, not 8 AB2, this needs to be the cell above. So there we go. If... Alright, let's try this again. Instead of is blank, because it's not. If this equals blank. Good. There we go. So, what this allows me to do is we can grab the bottom list of whatever this is for the card calculations. So I want this to specifically be well, for now it's just going to be this. Where? Cancel. I want this replaced. Place all. Done. Perfect. So that should fix that. But I also need to... Uh-oh. Copy. Hymn of the Wilds. Replace all. 3 instances. Fantastic. And then I want to do one last fix, and then I'm going to play some Palworld after this, which is Google Sheets grab last cell in a column. So I forget what it is. It's yeah, because index and then count. So what I'm going to do really fast is equals index, and we're just going to grab this entire thing. Count this entire thing. Wrong. Huh? So count A counts the number, this turns the value. What if I do 2 and 2? Let's just do this for now. Equals... of course there is. Yeah, that doesn't work. Let's try this. I'm just gonna copy this. Alrighty, so essentially, because I can type this up, index filter not blank. What if I just put these starting? Oh, but I gotta make sure, because is blank, they have a formula, therefore they're not blank. Alright, so what I need to do is I need to modify this for my specific need. All right. Equals filter. So what does filter do? Specifically, filter returns a filtered version of the source range. The range of the data where the condition all right, there. Because all right, first condition is this is the data range. Condition 1, where anything inside this data range equals and how about we put a not there. Beautiful. Okay, so we're on the right track. Count the number of values. There's 6. Perfect. Index the reference, again, it's going to be this. And then it's going to be this plus 1. And there we have it. This is the full list of everything that I'm wanting. Because if I do +2, it's empty, right? Exactly. So the moment we add more, it'll auto-populate, but it'll also give us the new complete list of all the cards that is currently known inside the cube. Perfect. Which means over here... that should do it. And best way to see is Gestalt. Choco comment. That's easy for us to find. CHO. It's not on here. Why is it not on here? Interesting. All right, so there are 4 references to Choco comments here. All right, so this is where I need to go back to PTech and figure out how we did it here. So we're just gonna look at this really briefly, because so we have our entire form of everything. Game data. Yep. So that means we need to go here. I need to deselect this column, and we're going to deselect this column. Control Z. Boom. Okay, nothing in all those. You've got this here. Draft. Results. I see. It needs to go all the way to AC. Boom. And there, that fixes that. So that should fix our card calculations. Yes. Aha. Animus predation lurking automaton. Aha. Look at that. And immediately I've got a couple of ones that are kind of broken. Okay. All right, let me figure out where card calculations. Copy. Okay, so it's being merged incorrectly here. Thought so. Card calculations, are we better here? We are. Act of aggression. Mm-hmm. We get that fixed. Beautiful. Card calculations. Animus predation was in this one. How do you actually spell it? What's the correct way? 1N. I see. That should be much better. Banehound, is Banehound still in the... There you go. Now we are correctly having everything updated, and it's not going to break because of having too many words in a single line. Much better. Okay. Oh, automaton. There you go, fixed. Meteor. Golem. Ah, shoot. Who had Muzios? Shoot. How is it actually supposed to be spelled? Man. Alright, well, let's check my cube data really fast. You know what? I'm just gonna go to my cube here on this list. There they are, conspiracies. AR, that's the correct one. So this ER is wrong. Preparations. Much better. Supposed to be 2 ins. Much better. Oh, it's a legendary creature. Should be blue. Eye of the Storm. Only one side quest was actually available this. Shamanong. Spirit Shamanong. Spirit Shamanong. Start from scratch. Almost done here. Alrighty. And then I just need to add the cards that I have recently removed to the removed cards list, but I want to make that easier, but I'm not going to do that tonight. So the nice thing is we can essentially look at these cards based on like how good they actually are. So from like A to Z. And you can see here, Cogwork Librarian is not useful. Fertile Grounds only recently starting to pick up some wins. Bushwhack was taken out. So it's going to be a while before Fertile Ground, I think, gets the appropriate balance that it's supposed to deserve. Right now, the card with the worst win ratio is Fertile Ground, but I made it to where it's kind of one of the only mana ramp options. So, alrighty. We're going to be jumping into a little bit of Palworld. Let's see. New games. Should be launching, right? No problems? Okay, well, we're going to add a new game. Is Palworld even on this list? Wow, it's not. Add a new source. Palworld. Specific window. I need to clean out my ears, because that's just feeling uncomfortable. Alrighty. We're gonna... Okay. That. Palworld is now available in early access. Woohoo! So it's been a while since we played this. So, a lot more stuff. Global Pal Box, so that we can bring pals from one of your games to another. Honestly, it's been looking fantastic, and the best part is heck, there's even a built-in hardcore setting, so I don't have to go through all the extra stuff. However, we still are going to. I wanted to check a couple more things. Alrighty, so... Terraria Hardcore Livestream. Confirm! So, we're going to be doing this on Hardcore, but we're going to be doing some custom settings. We're going to be changing a couple of things. Experience rate, PAL capture rate. PAL capture rate. 0.5. Everything else I kind of want to leave mostly the same. Because I honestly feel like PALs are still a little too easy to capture. Everything else I think we're just... leave as it is. Enable fast travel. Off. Hardcore mode. Permanent loss of progress upon player death. Hardcore mode. Pals who die will be permanently lost. Will also be set to on. Allow pal generic data. Off, off. Fantastic. So essentially it's all the same settings on a hardcore, but we're setting the capture rate to the bare minimum. We're also making sure that, you know, if a pal dies, they're dead. No randomization on that. For the most part, everything else is pretty much going to be the same. Yeah, I think that's going to do it. Let us begin, shall we? Finish setting up world and start the game. Alright, we're going to go ahead and do what we do best. We're just going to... Yes. Should be fine. Face. Yeah, why not? Eye color. I want it to be more of a brown. A darker brown. There you go. Beautiful hair. Oop, eyebrow color. Eh, it's fine. Leave the eyebrow color unchanged. Yes. Alright, hair. Hair's gonna be the same. I do want to make the hair just a wee bit darker. Perfect. Can I copy this? 461.25. $461.25. Perfect. And alrighty. There you go. I think I'll do. We'll start the game. Let's start our hardcore Palworld journey. The towers are the key. The tree holds the truth. As we know from last time, it didn't go so well. I actually did multiple attempts. Is there anything different? Not necessarily. Hopefully we don't get stuck here. Ooh, chest over here. Got a little bit of bread. There's a purple chest down there, but how do we get back up if we fall down? I think the real thing is we shouldn't fall down. But what if we did? Ah, that's where we used to go. So let's not jump down and immediately end our run. But what if I did? Yeah, it's not worth it. We are going to need clothing. So we can still pick up... Oh, I can't pick those up. A castaway. Been a while since someone who didn't stink of pals washed up here. This island is a living hell. The people I came with aren't with us any longer. Those damned pals, You better be careful out there. Here, take some basic supplies. You need to toughen up if you want to survive out there. Ho ho ho! She gave me wood. I could have done that myself, thanks. Alright, let's get our food, get our pal sphere, and with that, we've immediately leveled up. Alright, we're gonna open this up. We're gonna... need to build a primitive workbench that takes a little bit of wood. Perfect. I need another stone. Activate a grate to unlock fast travel. See... we can't? So we're gonna have to just press T to stop tracking, because else that's never gonna go away. So that's a minor oversight. Ain't that a shame? Now, if we also remember, so we're going to enhance our stats, it's pretty much going to be health all the way. Because that's the only stat for us that's actually going to matter. Everything else can be enhanced with our pals. Oops, I need to grab them. We also want to make sure that I don't use up all of our materials. We need more wood, right? What do we use to make pal spheres? I need wood. Hooray. I've made the mistake of... not making an axe. Let us fix that. Okay. So, there's a couple things we're going to want to make. We're going to need some cloth. We're going to need this shoddy bed. As soon as I get the chance, I need a parachute, but let us first collect a pal. Preferably somebody that's probably alone, so I don't have to fight 2 versus 1. There should also be some things. Yes! Just down over here. We're gonna go after that lamb ball. Lamb ball's a pretty decent one. It also gives us access to wool early on. Woohoo! Ooh, got a copper key. I forgot what that's used for. We'll figure it out here in a moment. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Please. Please. Super critical! That should be good. Woohoo! So, we captured our first pal. And immediately we could do the important stuff and start petting them. So sorry about that. Trust me, we will be best of buds. Go ahead and have you come on back. So the new question is where do we go from here? I do want a Katavia, but I need Lamball to heal up first. So the Katavias will give us more capacity. Carrying capacity, which will be very useful. What do we need? A whole bunch of wood and fiber. Okay. So top 2 more trees. We can get a bow, so that way as we get arrows, we can use the arrows and fight alongside our Lamball just fine. We definitely need probably multiple Katavias. There you go. Immediately start getting some help with this. Thanks, buddy. Also, so there is actually a system of trust. A measure of a pal's trust in humans rises or falls depending on how the pal is treated. Higher trust increases their stats. So, actually taking care of your pals will actually just on their own make them stronger. So that'll be something that we'll want to do. What do I still need in order to make more pal spheres? I think, honestly, we just make them. We also need to take out some Lamballs, so that we can get enough cloth. Hey! He leveled up. Good job. Isn't it perfect? Alright, so we now have 10 pal spheres. This should be enough to help get started. Now notice we gotta weaken whatever pal we're hoping to capture by a decent amount before we can even consider capturing it. I do need clothing. So we need some cloth. Good. Good. Aha! He fell all the way down. Oof. Nice. I do need to collect more berries. Do I have enough wool? We do have 6, so that should be enough. Wait, no, I think I need 8. Ah. Short by 1. Okay. I want the fox parks. I want it. Aw, this one's easy going. So honestly not that great. But we got our first fox parks. Oh, you know what we should be doing is naming all of them again. Nothing better about hardcore than naming all of your pals, getting super attached to them. So that's what we need to do. We need to go ahead and name them all. All right, edit. Mutton. All right, and with the burly body, tough mutton. And this Fox Parks is... let's see, active skill cooldown extension. Right, there we go. And it's just easy going. Honest. Her name's gonna be Sunny. Beautiful. Got some more bread. I do need to focus on finding a Catavia. How are we doing on food? There we go. That'll be fine. Do I need to run back up, maybe? Oh yeah, how are we doing on the wool? Not enough. Maybe I just need to go back up. Yep, there we go. Grab that Megasphere. Much better. There, let's get this Catavia. I need some more arrows. If I can find more. Cold-blooded Catavia. Your name's going to be Reptavia. There we go. So now I can carry more stuff. Downside I'm currently facing. Are you mad at me? I mean, understandable. It's probably because I took out your buddy. Yeah, it's because I took out your buddy. It's okay, I can capture them too. Woo, more carrying capacity. Needs a copper key. Cloth outfit schematic. Sounds good to me. Alrighty, so... Can I get away with another capture? Possibly. Oof! That hurt. Okay. Oh, wait, I needed to murder them. Oh, wait, we got 8. Beautiful. Just going to stand here for just a moment while we get that settled. I'm going to go ahead and build a workbench. Nope, nope, stop throwing it. Fantastic. Good job, Tough Mutton. Okay. Enhanced stats. We're going to get ourselves more life. Most important stat in the game. Come on, Tough Mutton. I need you. Please, Tough Mutton. Please. There we go. This way we could deal with the cold. Much better. I'm going to need a common shield. That shield is really good. What do we need? Palladium fragments. So I also need more stone, and then we need more fiber. So let's go ahead and just build ourselves a wooden chest here. Fantastic. All right. Coward. How do I get out of this menu? Okay, and then this premise is... Wool jacket. I'm gonna make a parachute. That way we don't fall to our death, but we still need to collect more materials for the shield. In fact, what else do I need for the shield? It's stone fragments. Since he's not assigned to a base, he's not going to finish building this for me. There we go. So I just need the fragments, which we can just grab right here. And get this common shield made. Forget which one of you guys are actually better like building stuff for me. Handiwork. No handiwork there. Handiwork level 1. Hard to tell. So that's probably all I need over there. What's going on in the water over there? Do I even want to know? Maybe, maybe not. Boss level 13. Should gain like 3 more levels before going in. I mean, if I'm careful, I could, but I don't have a base yet, and I would like to get a base of operations. Now, I do have a place I typically like to build my base. There's a small settlement over there. Not familiar with that one. Some kind of froggy. Maybe one of the new pals that got released within like the last year. Now I would like to get my base set up in the one spot that I typically have confidence in. So we're going to be heading over this way. Oh. When I was doing some experimenting, there's somebody here that we should talk to first. I completely ignored them.
Oh, you're on an adventure. Perfect timing. Could you deliver this special dish to a nearby settlement for me?
Cool. It would be great to get Shed Bird. Level 10? Yeah, that's not happening. I want to make sure it doesn't try to fight me. So we're going to kind of just run this way. I don't need to get any bright ideas. A lot of Katavias over here. They're all pretty low leveled. Bonk. Every single one of them? Ah! Alright, there we go. Decent experience. Was that necessary? Absolutely. You know, we're going to go ahead and pet Sunny for that. Nicely done, Sunny. That was a good fight. Good job. What did I do for our experience? Pff, almost nothing. I didn't even see how much experience I was gaining from all of that. I'm gonna grab a whole bunch more food. Ooh. Ice missile. Speaking of ice missile, there's definitely one POW we can try to at least fight, if not capture. And those aren't it. Now, this could be the end of our run if we're not truly ready. But I've got a whole team of 5. It's hiding all the way over there. Do I actually want to? I mean, yeah. I don't see why we can't make the... Ooh. Better yet. Didn't get any arrows. I have never seen this happen. You know, this is setting up for disaster. We're not doing that. That's just asking for a problem. For the boss to be attacking me all the way from across the map. We'll come back. We're going to go to the skill tree first. Let's see if maybe there's a skill that it would be better for us to pick up first. Because we can teach Ice Barrage, but... Power Shot, sure. Dragon Burst. And Nightmare Ball. There's a chest all the way over there. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's go pick that up. That was worrisome right there. I'm not gonna lie, my heart just stopped for a moment. It was at this moment that he knew he messed up. I was hoping for more arrows. So I'd rather not have to learn and make more arrows. I'd like to just get them for free. There's a chest. I knew there's usually one that spawns around this area as well. Arrows? Copper key? You know what? We should actually just go back up here. Still not even building our base yet. Just trying to get everything started. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's avoid that last situation we just had. Okay, much better. I got 4 arrows. In other words... poorly timed. Come on, tough mutton. Ah! Coward's doing okay. Good. Will Jacket will be next. Oh, took the hit. Alright, tough mutton, come on back. Ah! Keep our distance. Alright, Sunny will be next. Oh, that was a big hit. That was just taken there. Alright, we're... Come on, you got this. Just a little bit more. I'm gonna back away a little bit. You got this, Reptavia. Boom! How's it going, Hurry Pollo? That leveled us up quite a big amount. Grats, what did you miss? Ah, we're still getting started. Still needing to head here into the north. I would like to take care of an encounter in that area. It is going to be a little dangerous, though, so I really would want more arrows. So I may need to just bite the bullet, build another crafting bench, and make some arrows by hand, because we haven't been finding any. I'm actually surprised we caught that Chilette first try. Why do you have a purple crown? It's because you are the top fan. You're the one that is speaking the most. As a new thing YouTube is doing. Remember, you're my #1 customer. We're gonna try to head down here first. Right? This way? Yes. There's a pal sphere over there. We'll go ahead and pick that up. Trying to drum up engagement? Exactly. Hi, Lambo. Yep, this is still the correct way. Interesting. I want to take care of those syndicate thugs. I forget. Are you aggressive if I get too close? Hold on there. We'll get you at it. Nox, a suntan lover. We could definitely name him Dusk. Right. Free pal. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a lot of gunfire. It does worry me. We're all cool, right? Okay, we're cool. Nightlight manatees. A pal-loving farmer.
Please, I need your help. Poor pal is sick, and if this keeps up, the treatment is so expensive. I can't afford it on my own. I need 5,000 gold coins to cover the cost. I'm begging you. I promise to find a way to repay you somehow.
Okay. I'm sure we can work something out. Alright, so I haven't quite found it. So there's a spot right here that I really like to make my base. I find it easy to defend. It's flat. And overall, it's just an okay location. Right. PAL box. Now I do want to make sure, even though we're going to lose a little bit of space, I don't want to lose all the space. Oh, that should do. About here's. Alright, tough button. Let's get this made. Isn't the Telephant's ability to heal? It is! It's an okay heal. Build a wooden chest, deploy a work pal to the base, which we can easily do. We want somebody who's going to be doing a lot of workload, such as Tough Mutton. We'll bring Chillette into our party. And we're also going to go ahead and build ourselves a wooden chest. Beautiful. Alright, there we go. Upgrade this base. Fantastic. Primitive workbench and shoddy bed. Now, the thing about the shoddy bed is you need a lot kind of built. So we're going to build ourselves another wooden chest. Never mind. So, B, wooden chest. That should do. So that and the fiber. I don't have anything that chops wood. Palpedia. I don't remember what chops wood or not. Wow, a lot of this is stuff I've apparently already seen. Well, I would have to capture something. Maybe something with big teeth? Maybe. We are going to go ahead and build a primitive workbench right here. And we're also going to go ahead and build some beds just to get everything started. And we're out of space. It's not a shoddy bed, though. The stone axe is about to break. Alright, you'll be able to take care of all that. So what's in the area? Has anything changed? I remember you being one of... I missed. Not good. Man, if only I could tell it to go beat him up. Alright, let's go, Sonny. I knew it. Boom! There we go, we got a Vixie, who's a dragon killer. Nice. Katavia learned air cannon. That's good. But I don't think this is the one that we're needing, right? Gathering and farming. Nope. It's not what we're looking for. Unfortunate. They're very floofy, though. Oh, that one's also really good, because they just farm up Pal Spheres. So they're actually very good. Please tell me you're not going to just shoot me if I sneak up on you. Can I talk to you?
Do you see that huge structure towering over the ocean? That's an oil rig built by the Syndicate. It's a dangerous place, so make sure to stay away from it.
Okay. And thus, we never ventured into it ever again. Oh, who we can... No, we're not going in there. We'll just die. Not yet. Low quality recovery meds. Am I hearing a Lucky Pal? I don't think so. I think it's just the wind. Must have been the wind. We're not going in there, because we'll get stuck in there in a very tiny area on a combat that I really don't want to have to deal with. Oof. There's a merchant visiting. That's right. There's always a merchant that visits right off the bat. Alright, well... Welcome! I've got some good items in stock! Fine. Sell. Huh. Eh. I can sell this high quality bread. I don't really need bread. Eh. I don't need flame organs at the current moment. The other thing to think about is recruitment. No! They murdered him. Oh well. Don't you need 5k for the farmer lady? I do. Well, hopefully we get more visitors. That'd be nice. What a shame. Yeah, I was too slow in throwing the Pal Sphere. We actually probably could have caught him. The odds were kind of in our favor. This is an okay spot as well. A lot of mining can be done. The other spot I like better because it's easier to just make it as a ranch. I need to stop running. In case there's something I'm unaware of up here. That goes, boo, I better scared you, haha. Ooh, like those. Alright. Try to capture it? Yeah, we'll capture it. Get some more stats up. Fantastic. It's technically another decent spot up here. It's just it's way too cramped up here, but you can easily get a lot of resources up here. But does it cut trees? No, I don't think it cuts trees. But it is a faster mode of transportation.
Welcome! I've got some good items in stock.
What do you want? You're not from around here. Don't get all friendly with me. If it's a fight you're after, fine, I'll take you on. If you're serious, come to the tower. Not that you stand a chance. Now get lost.
Alright then.
Ooh, capture power.
Good. Cognito hat. Yes, I wanted that. Uh-oh. Also... I mean, he mines, but he doesn't do what I need him to do. I don't know where they're running off to, but... Capture this, please. There we go. That one's really good. Oh, shoot! Coward! Help me! Help, 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 help. Go, Wool Jacket. You got it. Bonk. Yeah! Bonk. Oof. Get him, Wool Jacket. Perfect. Beautiful. Good job, Wool Jacket. Good job. The Palmons yearn for the mines. As a tamer, I yearned for the mines. Bonk. Motivational leader. Woohoo. Turncoat? There's someone menacing over there. We'll look in the general direction, see what's going on. Sunny's stats rose. They trust me more. Fantastic. Alright, let's jump off a cliff. What's in here? Maybe they're friendly? I don't know. Purple's not usually a color for friendly. Especially if they look ominous. Life Lotus. Needed to make vital remedies. Okay. Ooh, Rushmore saddle. My crown is purple, though? Exactly. Did I stutter? Not friendly. Grr. Level 6 Syndicate Thug. Perfect. Stamina Lotus thing. Hey, there's a chest over there. Also need to be very careful because I think if I fall, I die. Not certain, but I'm pretty certain if I fall... Well, looks like there's resources down there, so I don't think... they would want you to just instantly die by falling. The issue is I don't see how to get back up. So we're not going to risk it. So what about these cavern mushrooms? Nutrition. Ooh, could be used to make healing medicine. No, fuddlers, get back here.
Where do you think you're going? I ain't finished with you yet.
That is already the boss. Would it be 5k worth in medicine? No. I don't think so. Those purple things I'm thinking they will be, though, but hard to tell. Oh! So I need to get down there, but we need to do it safely. It looks like this is it. Money. Quite a bit of it. Is this just metal? Yeah, it's just regular metal ore. I can try to capture one. Alright, last chance.
Woo! Inhumane act caught a human. Achievement get. Ha 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 ha.
Maybe they can chop trees? Maybe. Hopefully they'll be able to do something. I think it's time to go. I don't like how this fight is going. Time to go. How bad did Wool Jacket get? Wool Jacket's doing okay. Ow. Ow is right. My body armor is broken. Luckily, my shield is not, but so it turns out those things are aggressive. Right now, it's time for them to sleep. Defense pendants, fantastic. We're good? I'm gonna try to capture this one as well. That went well. So the issue with those attacks that hit multiple times is that's the fastest way to die. Because if you take damage while the shield is up, then you will not lose health. However, if something hits you multiple times, it can reduce your shield and then continue hitting you, which is bad. That leads to unsubscribing from life. Got some arrows. Fantastic. That's exactly what we were needing. Also, defense pendant. Boosts our defense a little bit. So we take a tiny bit less damage. Not necessarily the exact thing I'm going to be looking for. Coward! My goodness! Don't murder it that much. Pull-a-pup. Ferocious. Heated body. And more pal spheres. I think that's it. I think I got everything I wanted to get out of here. I don't need to grab, specifically rush to grab every single one of those glowing shrooms. So puffy. Alright, so the next thing is fighting the boss. Unfortunately, we don't have water pals to be fighting this boss. Because it definitely is the fire deer, which would be great for us to catch. So we'll try to capture as many of them as we can. Especially as I typically like my fire pals. Man, you could spend a whole bunch of time mining in here, but I don't have the proper tools. I think we're going to start with Sunny in this fight. $90, 100 defense, 94, 97, wool jacket, 104. So wool jacket's our tankiest one we have. Specifically because of this hard skin. Somehow we have... Oh, I think it was just a visual bug. Alright, so Sunny. Wool Jacket's actually going to be our strongest one. But Sunny's going to be the safest, because it's got... I believe she's got 2 ranged attacks. We do have 17 Pal Spheres. Did it just re-roll what the boss was? I'm not fighting that. That will kill me. I think it's freshly morning, though. We have 12 arrows. Oh dear, yeah. Because that thing, if it hits me once with... I mean, if it hits me twice with poison, I die. Especially at this level. Are we able to re-roll the boss? Seems like an exploit. That'd be good for farming. What am I looking for? I would have wanted a fire deer. I kind of want to re-roll for the fire deer. But honestly, like, I mean, that grass pal would have been the best. How far back do I have to go? Exploits are meant to be exploited? Not really, but Tanzania? Nah. Time for science! Yeah. Time for science. I could probably use this to find the pal I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. So I need something that can chop trees. I don't think Tanzany can. Maybe I should have gone for the Tanzany. But if I really want a Tanzany, I can go back to the Chillette area and just capture one there. We don't need a chicken. Oh, the moment that you've let me figure... I think this is probably the only time I'm going to do it. If I find the fire deer again, that it was previously, then I'm just going to go for it, because that's what it was the first time. Because really, the boss should stay the same. No. 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 That's what will kill me. How about no? No. Now that bat with the poison bat, that's a cat, is really, really good for mining. So I will want to capture it at some point, but may want to level up a little bit first, and then when it's time, go to the places where I can find it. Nope. I don't need another one of those. Now I'm curious about the entire pool that can spawn, because it's definitely choosing the pool from a list of something. Is it just the list of stuff that can be found in the nearby area, or the stuff around this level? Now I'm curious. There's probably a list online somewhere. It's the ducks again. Batman cat.
I'm Batcat.
Maybe I didn't go far enough.
Giant land balls.
Fortunately, that's not it. Land balls can't chop. I mean, I can chop land balls. Could I get... Where did it go? There it is. I don't think there's anything else I could do. Alright, let's get ourselves a Dinosaur. Why? Are you focusing on me? Bad reaction on my part. I'll let him take damage. Good. Come on, Will Jacket, you got this. Ah! Will Jacket, you're fine. I can dodge that. That's easy. Swap out. Can't see what I'm doing. Awesome. Vixie took no damage from that. Vixie took damage from that. Let's see if we can ignite the Dinosaur. Come after me. Good. Go get him, Sonny. I don't want Sonny to take damage. I gotta let Sonny take that hit. You're doing okay, Sonny. We're gonna swap over to Vixie. Who needs a name, by the way. I gotta let Wool Jacket take some of these hits. Boom! Fit as a fiddle. Trixie? Okay. We can name him Trixie. There's usually some chests here. Oh well, time to leave. The shading is creeping me out. I hate it when things glitch out like that and makes me go, oh shoot, everything's about to fall apart. How exciting. There's a mega stone over here. Or a mega sphere over here. Alrighty. Also, there's usually chests that spawn at the exit. Don't know why that one did not. Oh yeah, I still didn't get a woodcutter. Did I? Where is... lumbering is what we're looking for. Nope. See, look at that. That's what we saw, the rubies. These guys can chop wood. I remember that. Ah! Dinosaur! And they're really good at it, too. Probably got swallowed up by the shadows. Actually, I need to make sure I'm not running. There's a chest over here. Ooh, is that a skill fruit? It is a skill fruit. You can run really fast. Nope, just has a bottomless stomach.
Oh, you there? This is a bit sudden, but have you heard the old tales of the legendary pals said to roam these parts? I've been studying them for many long years now. Not once since I laid eyes on one. Not even a glimpse. So I was wondering, would you be willing to search for them in my stead? My legs aren't what they used to be, see? Rumor has it that there's at least one legendary pal each of these places. Mount Obsidian to the west, Astral Mountains to the north, the desiccated dunes out east, the remote lands folk are of Faybreak. See that tall, jagged rock over there? If you climb to the top, you get a good view.
I'm good. Because I know the level actually jumps really high. I suspect you will end up in your stomach. Oh, so you know me. Fantastic. That means explanations no longer need to be made. I just need to climb up there, but... Alrighty. It begins. Foundations. I need a wooden foundation. Right. Elton, how's it going? This is not what I expect. The tree cutting enemy should be. Where can we play? When can we play a Polytopia game? Sunday. We always are playing Polytopia on Sundays. On a short break. Oh, C is for disassembly mode. Boom. Beautiful, I get my money back. Do you have a fixed schedule for each game? Mostly just Sunday around, like, 12 hours around from where we currently are now is when those would typically happen. Let's see. There. Let me make that silly little bed. Alright, shoddy bed goes right there. There we go. Finally got a bed. Which means we could level this up. And next we need our feed box, so that way they're getting properly fed. Campfire. The need to feed? Yep. We are... I mean, right now that's just a startup house. We'll make it look nicer later. Honestly, it's not too bad for a first. Alright, campfire. Fantastic. What do you do? You carry stuff, you water things. Syndicate Thug. Syndicate Thug can chop things. Can I pet the Syndicate Thug? Logging, mining. Here we go. We'll have the Syndicate Thug to be doing some manual labor. Never mind. I would rather have somebody else more dedicated to it. What is Stronghold Strategist? F is few details. Increase in player defense. That's pretty good. So you're actually somebody I would probably want to actually have in my party. Max. Fit as a fiddle. Interesting. Pyromaniac. Interesting. Decrease in fire damage. Right, I was wanting to name you Dusk. Alright. Trixie. The Dragon Killer. You're clumsy. Work speed plus 50%. Sanity drops lower. You can transport goods, but you can also help water. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and send you out for now. I do need to make another pal bed. I'll be calling this stopping place here soon. Level it up. Mercy hit. Pacifist will not reduce the target's health below 1. That's pretty pretty good. Ferocious attack is increased. That's actually really good. Alright, I definitely need... berry plantation. That's the thing I was going to be looking to do. Where am I going to plant these berries? Honestly, probably over here. I don't know how many of these I'm going to need, but we're going to just start with one. I always forget. Alright, so while that's getting built, what else do I need? Oops. Note to self, don't walk in fire. It is not conducive to health. Who are we putting in here? Probably Turticle. That way we have somebody who waters. Excellent work speed. Motivational leader. What is that? Increased player work speed. Okay. Philanthropist. When assigned to a breeding farm, breeding speed is increased by 100%. Okay. Unstable. Sure you are, bud.
Punch with conviction. Believe in the power of the fist.
His name's Steve. Alright, Dine Awesome. Dine Awesome needs a name. Fit as a fiddle. So, basically has more stamina. Longfoot. So, you're a positive thinker as well. When a team can help carry supplies, decreasing the weight of armor in the player's inventory. Interesting, okay. Faucet. So we have Sunny. Oops. Fuddler is... Honestly, I like Fuddler. Fuddler may end up as a member of my team. Help keep me alive. Cousin to Littlefoot. Mm-hmm. Generate fiber to detect nearby ore. Okay. Sanic. In fact, I want you as a member of my team. You'll definitely be keeping me alive, but that also means we need somebody else transporting goods. Tough Mutton? Probably Tough Mutton. Yeah, Tough Mutton. Increase movement speed on water? Okay. I mean, it's still a Gillette. And Wool Jacket's been pretty good. Well, let's swap in Rushore, because we will also want production. I need cloth. Oh, we need another pal bed. Okay. Go back to production. I am missing wood. Requires gathering. Do none of... Oh, Gillette has gathering. Dusk has gathering. Dusk could be exclusively a gatherer. Do I put in Dusk or Wool Jacket? We put in Dusk. See, it's better to have specialists. Again, we're going to need another bed. We're gonna need some more stone. Five dog coins? We're already starting to get quite a successful base going on in here. There we go. So now... Boom. Alright, what do I need? Palgear Workbench. I want to build that, actually. So, oddly enough, that is on the menu. Palgear Workbench. I still need more wood again. Nope. I need to go out and harvest that stone out there. Oh, Stone Axe is about to break. Alright. Let's get this Palgear Workbench made. Yeah, cut the time in half. Because what I really want to make is this Rush Roar saddle. And no one's gonna help me. Now, this isn't going to be as good as a different pet that we can get. The wolf. I forget where to find that, though. Statue of Power. Enhance player stats, enhance pals. How's my defense? 123. You can sleep. So you can now sleep with the pals. I forgot which button it was. F10? F11? Oh, F10 is the wrong button. Uh-oh. There you go. Honestly, the Sanic here is probably going to be one of our best ones right now. It's mostly because it boosts my defense, which just reduces the damage we take, keeps us alive. Now, in general, we're going to want all of our pals to have this stronghold defense. I'm going to go ahead and level this up. Build a crusher, build a stone pit, build a logging site. So we need a stone pit. Stone pit still needs a bunch of stone.
I forget how to repair stuff.
Is there like a... There is a repair bench. Item management. Let's get this repaired. I need cloth. Well, first thing I'm going to do is we're going to harvest pretty much all this stone. Is there a PAL that I currently have that boosts my stamina? Because that's probably one I'm going to want to get for a short period of time while I'm trying to do all this mining. That's not the button I wanted to press. Sanic. Perfect, thank you. Getting hungry. Fantastic. Uh-oh. I have made a grave mistake. I have made a grave. Howdy, y'all. Made it. No! Cancel. Let's get this made as quickly as possible. I forget. Can you help build? Handiwork? Yes. Yes, you can. Sanic's pretty to be a favorite of ours for a while. Well, we get to try to get our base on its feet. There we go. Alright, we need somebody who's good at mining assigned. Is it really just gonna be... Oh, Katavia can. So can Rush. It's not what I'm wanting, though. Well, I can have this Rush or mine. Well, Steve, you get to work in the mines. I think there's something that allows me to delegate who can work on what. We need to get a crusher made. Oh, shoot. Alright, we need to assign more food here. I got 2 power shots here. We can actually stack those together. I need more PAL fluids. I don't need a logging site. Collecting enough wood as it is. But we're going to need one anyways, regardless. Beautiful. Ah, I was looking for more of those logging sites. Huh? Nope. What's a meteorite? That sounds like something I don't want. Sounds like something that... Something really scary with high rewards. Something I don't want to get involved with. So it landed over there. Don't know if I want to have anything to do with that. Because first off, levels-wise... Yeah, just thinking about everything screaming no, 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 do not, do not, do not to me. Alrighty. I kind of just place it right over here. Alright, build a crusher and build a logging site. So can I get away with just building a logging site, say here? And for a crusher, still need more wood and more fragments. Yeah, Steve's not the right guy for the job. Steve's doing too much. I need... somebody else who can do some focus on transportation. Alrighty. Water. Alright, Trixie, you can go on in there. That's what that's for. If you jump there, you get flung into the air. I see. Let's try to get a few more pals. Or at least 4 in my base. Ooh, a newbie pal tamer. Oh, right.
Care to a duel?
No, thank you. Ah, sure, why not? Why is it suddenly so cold? Is it Gillette? I think Gillette was accidentally killing me. More Vixies. I still need cloth. Alright, we'll go to sleep there. Alright, temperature-wise... Temperature-wise got colder. It got colder when releasing Chillette. In other words, Chillette was what was killing me. So I need to be careful. Where's the crusher? Break down stone and wood in exchange for other materials. Ziki. Yeah, I'm still up. I actually need to get going. It's just one of those, I just kind of just want to do one more thing. But I honestly should be heading off to bed. It's way past late. Storage, wood and stone. You can run over to here. Drop off the stone. Nice. Yes, we're getting these boxes built everywhere. I'd rather have too many boxes than not enough. And we can now upgrade our PAL box. Hot spring, primitive furnace. I did unlock it, right? I need a lot of wood and some PAL fluids. That's right, we need to go on a PAL fluid murdering spree. There, looks a little nicer. Not perfect. That's true. We can also have another pal. So who are we putting in here? Do I just throw in Steve? I honestly think we just throw Steve in here, because I still need both Reptiva and Coward to improve my carrying capacity for now. Yeah, we'll throw Steve in here. Alright, so that goes in here. We'll throw the ore in here. Yeah, that's... With Tombat, I said I didn't want to fight. We don't want to be fighting a Memorest anytime soon. What do I need to do in order to make more... I want cloth to get made for me. A mysterious coin. Apparently there are people who collect these. A Mimog will usually have them, but for some reason they cannot be obtained by butchering it, right? How many coins do I have right now? 2,600. Nice. Hot Spring, I need PAL flutes. Yeah, so I need to go on a murdering spree, unfortunately. There should be one for Gillette, right? Gillette's at a level 13. Yeah. Actually, what I can do is, well, I don't have enough cloth yet. Where's the primitive furnace? Oh, it's right here. I still need level 10. Ooh, Biosphere. Also, is this a... It is. Do we just go in here? What level is it? Also level 13. Nails. Sorry, Steve, you're not getting any friends. I don't have a fishing rod. There is a fishing game now, so you can actually go fishing. Fortunately, we are not near any of the proper levels. Can you get a fight? No? Okay. I don't think I want one of those. I want a Mao. It's a cat. And it's a slacker. You have unused stat points. Do we go ahead and just fight this thing? Oh, I'm dead. I need shield back. Oh, my heart is pounding. Book contains long lost secrets of technology forgotten to use to attain ancient technology points. How fantastic. Oh, I don't know if I'm falling asleep anymore. Yeah. Let's get you out of here. A workaholic. Awesome. That'll be great to include at the base. Oh. Uh... I need to collect a lot of berries. Here's some berries. You know what I could probably do now? Fine. That's not what I wanted to fight. Where'd the bird go? See if I can get ourselves a Nightwing. We can. Believe it or not, we are playing on the hardest difficulty for catching pals. Should be a lot harder than what I'm currently dealing with. Already day again? Oops. Inventory is full. Ooh, treasure. Perfect. So I want to actually get that bat over there. We should have enough. No! You murderers. Hmm. Messenger of Love. There we go.
Blood of the dragon.
Nice. Who are you?
Hello there. I'm the messenger of love and emotional expression. I've come to deliver the refreshing joy of your heart's desires. Now let's try
Wave.
together. Press 4 to open the menu and select
Emotes.
Hey. Ah.
Wonderful. That wave was absolutely delightful. Did you feel the atmosphere change? Isn't the power of expression amazing? Here's a little bonus for your great effort.
Did I get money or something? I think I did. I got money. Why do you have a gun? Why do I feel like if I tried to recruit her, I would, be swiftly met with all of the forces? This was a mistake. Open this chest. There they are. We're gonna capture both of them. Vampiric? Vampiric Dire Hell? Vampiric. Ooh. Do I have enough space? Let's make sure I got enough space for this. Ooh, okay. Dang. His turncoat's accuracy is absolutely abysmal. What are you shooting at? Come on. Gillette, you're doing too good of a job killing everybody. Good job, though. Come on. Aw. Well, that's a shame. Oh, there's a Megasphere I can use to capture something.
Speed barely makes a difference.
But I'm not going in that cave. Nothing to capture. I could try to get some rewards. But let's remember what killed off one of our runs, which was got overzealous and then fought a boss that really shouldn't have. They're all hungry. Well, of course they are. Okay. So this dire hell has vampiric, which is absorbs a portion of the damage dealt to restore health, does not sleep at nights, and continues to work.
Blood of the dragon.
Gold digger. I'm not specifically trying to mine only gold. Alright, so we do need somebody like Dusk. Specifically, I mean, it would be Nightwing, I guess. Here. Yep. All right, get all that repaired. I need more cloth. Horn. Ooh, we have a visitor. Pal recruiter.
I've got a line of pals eager to work under a pal tamer. There's a recruitment fee, of course. Can I take a look?
Yes. How much? Broker fee. Fantastic. Oh, and by the way, aw, really? Alright, 6 pal spheres. Do I have more in hiding in here? We do. We do have more hiding in there. A token of having defeated a bounty target. What? Okay, do we have access to the Direhouse saddle? Yes. That's the good one. Feeling down because of bad working conditions. Upset and will not do any tasks. Oh, right. I need to build him a hot springs. Oh my gosh. I thought it's only been 30 minutes. It's already been another hour. And it is way, way late. So, we will add Vampiric Dire Hell. In this one, Luna. Why? What's good about you being a workaholic? Sanity drops slower. Okay, that's good. But I really need to get to this area over here and get Pal Fluids. Fortunately, this one's not a super fast one. I do need to make my way to that meteor still. What I need to do is get an ultra fast wolf. So we'll need to be farming. So I've had a faster one before. What's in there? Do I want it? Maybe. Ooh, a workaholic. So that's how you can tell if they're vampiric. Because I remember Luna giving off that little "haw" when it was attacking. And of course their traits are already rolled beforehand as well. So that makes sense. Ooh, a better bow schematic. That'll be good. Oh, yeah. Pow fluids. Really? Ooh, an ace swimmer. All right, what do you got? Where'd the berries go? I know I just grabbed a whole bunch. There they are. And we're out of berries. I can't stay out for too much longer then. I did not mean to capture them. What level is this Catrus? 23. Yeah, that's a big negatory. I do not want to have to fight that. Are we gonna try to capture another? I think so. Oh! Cheery and Mercy hit? That might actually be pretty good. Those are land balls, life minks. Chicken. Oops. I'm pushing the wrong buttons. Oof. There we go. Mo. Just a couple little flocks. Pretty certain there's some other pals I can capture. I must be misremembering all of this. So I could swear there was something else that was available like all of these. Man, everybody specifically wanted that chick to be dead. Where are we going next? I don't want to go too far, because I do want to head back to base and then call it a day. But I could have sworn... There they are! Aw, it's just a coward. Oh, it's just a regular rush roar. I was like, oh, a white rush roar? Also, I'm really surprised I haven't found a single, I haven't found a single lucky pal yet. Usually by this point, I've already found maybe one or two. So this one's been in a pretty unlucky run. I'm gonna try to find one more ruby really fast. Don't want to spend too long on it. Let's check what's in here. This one's a fighter. Come on. Nah, it's not. It's actually just a sadist. That means it's perfect for me. Inventory is full. Well, I don't need guns. Till I actually get a gun, there's no point in me having gun ammo. Well, except for stocking up on it. Marsh Island Church ruins. I don't really have pal orbs, so it's time to head back. I just had to check the level. You never know. If it was low level, maybe. It's just time to head out. Man, a lot of below average rolls. Ooh, that one's a musclehead. Nice. He wants me to give a walk. Unfortunately, I just couldn't be bothered. We're going to be heading back to the base and calling it a night. Stayed up way later than I really should have. The hot springs. I want it out the corner like this. Perfect. There we go. While on team increases attack power of fire pals. Yo! This one's going to be named Ramby. Such a high attack power. I think it's actually better. Where's Ramby? Yeah, we're going to swap Ramby in here so that way Ramby can get some training. Ace Swimmer, increased movement speed on water, sure. But increased in player mining efficiency. Minreso. Oh wait, nah, we'll Minor Reso. What else? I don't know. When activated, Krojiro swells its abdomen and channels its loyalty to build up energy. Climbing on top will propel the player high into the air. Okay. A swimmer. Increased movement speed on water. Maybe. Workaholic. What's this pacifist? Just much less attack? Right. What do I want to do for... When activated, Presto drinks a massive amount of energy. Drains causes movement speed to increase for a limited time. I'm going to grab the T-Fent for healing. Unless this also heals. Well, on team increases attack power of water pals. Sometimes drops pal fluid when assigned to a ranch. We're gonna put these fruits away. The ones that I just recently got. I just thought I had one more. Oh, there it is. Lightning Streak, Draconic Breath. Now, I would like to get this made. Can I get the primitive furnace? I want to get this cloth outfit made at least. It's not the greatest, but it's better than what I currently got, so it'll have to do. I have the base info of 4 Ramby. Working a little slow, probably a slacker. Alrighty. Where to go? Cloth outfit. Boom. Even better. What about the bow? What's the difference in... Oh, that's a lot of difference. It's a pretty big difference in damage. I'm not expecting myself to do a lot of damage against enemies. Tons more durability. Durability 150. Versus 500 durability. It's going to be so much better. You can kick? That's horrible. Part of me wants to just test something. Primitive furnace. Ooh, pelt. Equipping it makes the sphere heavier, reducing its range but increasing its capture power. Do I not have access to walls? Because I would like to build some walls. Walls would be a good idea. I have bread. Wooden gate, right? So why can I build a wooden gate, but not a wooden wall? Not until level 16. Alrighty. Good enough. It's ugly. It's fine. The most important thing is there's only one way in. Get this headgear made. And after that, we got a whole bunch of space to do basically whatever the heck we want. Even more defense. Perfect. Alrighty, so pretty much we have our day like one of everything. Ooh. It's so nice to see them kind of just enjoying the bath. High quality workbench, medieval medicine workbench, deploy enough pals. Because you're the one, yeah, you're the sadist musclehead. Shiri. Decrease incoming dark attacks. Okay. Transportation. Do you want some more money from Al? I'll have the celeries just so we can transport goods from point A to point B quite quickly. But yeah, that's pretty much gonna do it for tonight. I only took an additional... Oops. Only took an additional hour. Oh, I'm tired. Alrighty, that's it. Good night.